Official Scarwolf asks, good morning, a new name?
Yep, we've had it for about a week now.
Action Jackson 243 says, hi, how are you doing today?
Good, Jackson. How you doing today?
Official Scarwolf says, didn't know had it a week.
Yeah, we've had it a week. Not a little bit
Action
longer than a
Jackson
week.
243 says, I'm sore but good.
Sore but good. Well, I guess that's good.
Action Jackson 243 says, I fell on Friday.
You fell on Friday.
Action Jackson 243 says, I was going to the fish fry.
Fish fry.
Official Scarwolf says, maybe I should come in here more. I can't keep up.
Yeah, I understand, Scar. I understand.
Action Jackson 243 says the slide walks was uneven and my boot got stuck.
Boy, this whole new layout on Samsara is a pain in the ass.
Action Jackson 243 says I scratch my hands and knees up. Official Scarwolf says I haven't been streaming 5 days straight.
You haven't been streaming for 5 days straight? Why was that?
Action Jackson 243 says, is that a new truck?
No, we've not got a new truck. Still got the same truck. Gotta try to figure out a lot of crap that's in this thing with the new Samsara.
Official Scarwolf says mental health. Action Jackson 243 says okay, it looks different. Action Jackson 243 says lol.
Alright.
Botrix Official says that Official Scarwolf has been following this channel for 2 years, 4 months, 9 days, 5 hours, 36 minutes, only allowed twice per user. Will you make it turned out for the day? Thanks.
2 years.
WZBot says, at Official Scarwolf, Official Scarwolf. Last follow on the 11th of November 2023, 0 hours, 52 minutes and 17 seconds, 2 years, 132 days, 15s. Restreambot says, YouTube, at iCreations TV, hey Gary.
How you doing?
15 says, let's roll.
Yeah, because
Pancake
we
says,
gotta
morning
get going.
Gary in chat.
Morning, Pancakes. How you doing today?
I see where you're going.
I got a couple things I gotta do first before we get going here. Just make sure there ain't nobody behind us.
10K Highland.
So if you remember all the snow that we ended up getting over on Monday and Tuesday, or Sunday into Monday, believe it or not, we lost about a foot of it, if not about 2 feet of it.
70 says, do tell.
We've lost about 2 feet in melting, which is really gonna, probably flood the river, the Fox River, and a lot of areas, places. But I had a meeting on Friday. We went to the meeting on Friday. That kind of went to a horse shit hay, but for the most part.
15 says nice was 97 here yesterday.
Yeah, but so when we packed up the snow and we got home, I mean, the snow underneath our one fire sign was just maybe about an inch underneath the main sign, but on the post, we lost about 2 inches or a good 2 feet of snow from melt, just from melting. So it's been really warm and definitely, come on truck, move it. You act like an old nagging mule. But we've lost a lot of snow already, melted up already, which is good, but it's going to be bad for the Fox River with that much snow being melted and going into the Fox River. But Friday was kind of a shit show for the drivers meeting. There's a new contract that they came out with. I don't know why, but the thing is about maybe a quarter of a ream of paper. If anybody knows what a ream of paper is, it's when you get a package of paper, and that's what they call a ream of paper. But we probably got about a quarter ream of paper for a new contract. So I don't know. I haven't gone through it 100% yet. I told them it's like, no, I'm not signing it yet till I know what the hell is in the new contract, what's changed. So we don't know what's going on with that. But I did bring it with me this week to figure out what the hell's going on. Another bad thing is our headphone or our mic system is in our pickup truck. When we did our stream for that, and I forgot to take it out. So that's actually sitting at home or in the pickup truck, one of the two. So we ain't gonna have a mic system again this week. That kind of sucks, but that's how much life has just been kind of moving for us this weekend. We also got to try to be home early for personal reasons, and so we got to try being home by the 26th. So dispatch ain't gonna like that, which
It says, wow, I thought the snow was meant to be going away.
Well, it is going away. It is, but there is also looks like there was more snow that was going to probably eventually be coming across. I don't know. Mother Nature doesn't give me a memo on this, just the radar. But yeah, it's been a weekend. It's been a busy weekend. But anyways, here we are, start of a Sunday for our Monday deliveries. Got to get this up and running. I do know that, so that's up and running now.
Pancake says, and screwed dispatch the amount of times they have screwed you over.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, like last week, if everybody remembers, when we were coming back to the yard, they tried to give us another load, and I was like, nope. They're like, well, since with everything got stuck behind, I was like, well, that's not my problem. I was like, you basically screwed me a couple weeks ago, so, it's like I need to be home. I've got obligations that I had before we left out on Sunday that we could not do, and people are dependent upon me, so I can't haul another load. So I'm sorry, but you know what? I guess karma kind of hit you back in the ass, so that's not my problem. Now, since they got this new good majority of it all with me, believe it or not. I mean, we carry, for our computer and all that other stuff. Normally I have that all with me, but because we streamed beyond when we left the yard, it was in my pickup truck. The last I knew, it was in my pickup truck. And when we got done doing all the plowing and all that, apparently I must have not have took it out of the pickup truck, and I normally put it back in with my regular stuff, but it just, I looked and it's not in there. So, I mean, we're going to have to do without it today. And the rest of the week. Fry's not going to like it. He's about ready to probably cut his cord, which I know he won't. But we forgot it. Fully fixed? No, we didn't work on that at all because with the meeting, so our meeting on Friday was at 10 o'clock. We did not get out of that meeting until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's how long that meeting took. Mainly with a lot of changes that's been going on, a lot of drivers were having a lot of issues because, how things have changed within the last few years. Granted, with the price of beef in the stores, I mean, that's going up, but come to find out, it's like, it's not uncommon for somebody to buy meat outside of the United States. So they're buying meat that they process out of the country. It comes in on a cold container, and then it's brought into our facility or their facility, and they process the meat to kind of, to keep going. But what they're putting down a day is gone down drastically. Normally, the Green Bay plant can put down about 4,600 head a day. They're down like almost, I guess, like 30-some%. So they're probably doing less than that a day. And even with our Missouri plant that's out there, I mean, they're not running full capacity yet. They can actually put down 6,500 in a day if they wanted to, but that being a new facility yet, they're still trying to get people trained and not have people get hurt out there, because that is a state-of-the-art facility out there. But come to find out, we are losing a couple plants that we normally deliver to. One is in Milwaukee, which is the Cargill plant. Sometime this year, that plant is going to be discontinuing, which it has no effect with us other than doing deliveries. So we're going to be losing that plant for a delivery, and there's going to be a Tyson plant that's going to be going out of business. So, I mean, a lot's going on. A lot's going on in the economy. Crazy Legs.
there's another monkey I am new.
This isn't the troll again, is it? Obviously, you know my name. If you're new, you wouldn't have known my name. And I've never seen that name before.
sleeping still, and it's 1 p.m. lull. Restream bot says, YouTube, Ashens TV, I am related to drink.
What's going on, AI Creations?
Planties 150 says, hey Brady. Says I just woke up, normally not up at this time.
Yeah.
Brady says, hey at most 150. Says new followers. 4,482 followers plus one.
Epstein 1 fan just followed. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Now we got
Epstein 1 fan.
One fan.
A new follower. Oh yeah.
The underscore white underscore rap just followed. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. The underscore white underscore rapped.
Says, no, you're good, I saw your message, and I replied to you by the way, so you might get a better understanding of what I'm trying to get.
All
Brady
right.
says, hi Lynn.
All right. Sounds good, Brady. Sounds good. Here's the one thing I will tell you, Brady, that, you know, from the reason why I didn't stick around.
Fan says, WS9.
The one reason why I did not stay with the farming is because the farm was like majorly in debt. It was like $125,000 in debt, and that's why I didn't stay in it. That and also the way things were run on the farm, you know, because a lot of manual labor. That's one reason why I didn't. We didn't have a lot of newer stuff on our farm like a lot of people did. Like my cousin's farm, they had a milk line system.
Easy Bot says, new follow us. Heard the WHT rap heart welcome. 4,483 followers plus two.
So that's one reason why I didn't stick on the farm. But that's why I asked if, you know, if that's something that if you decide to leave, I mean, granted, you're not doing milk
Brady
cows.
says, wow, I can't imagine on how hard it was to be in debt. Monkey Planties 150 says, has our milk being in yet?
But for the most part, yeah, our farm was $125,000 in debt. So I mean, that's why when I wanted to get off the farm, I got off the farm. I wasn't gonna carry that debt on. So that wasn't my choice to take over the farm and take over that amount of debt. It really wasn't. But then again, though, too, you know, I think a lot of it was that my dad kind of made some poor choices, in my opinion.
Says, yeah, I understand that. Brady says, how was your weekend? Did you do anything fun? I know you said you had a busy weekend.
We had a very busy weekend. So basically, when we got back, obviously you guys seen that I plowed. That's near the tail end of the video. So we did go and plow. That definitely took us a good couple hours to get that all set up. Get it rearranged. We plowed at home. We lost about 2 feet of snow already just in by the melt. By it melted that much away. So on one sign that we had, it was just barely at the bottom of the sign, and we lost about 2 feet of snow. I showed that to Carmen yesterday. All the snow that was on the roof is pretty well melted off. So we kind of did a...
says, okay.
So we did basically a checkup, you know, over on Friday, you know, to see how a lot of the snow was, if we were going to have to come back in. Because I know they were talking about snow that was supposed to come across again, but we just wanted to make sure all the snow was all out of the way for if there was going to be another wave of snow coming in. Hopefully not. But Carmen suggests, it's like, well, are we going to put the plow away? I was like, no, not yet. could bring home, and the other one should be up in the yard over the weekend. So we had to stop after the meeting, the driver's meeting, for that. Apparently we got a new contract coming out, which is a quarter of a ream of paper, which I can probably show you later on down the road. It's a pretty thick contract. Everything's all revised in it. And I'm a little leery on some of the things in there that need to be a little bit talked out about. But I don't know. It's a lot of things happened over the weekend. A lot of things happened. So that's why we didn't have a whole lot of time to correspond with a lot of people that might have been corresponding with us on the weekends, or getting back for conversations that were actually in the Discord. It's been a very busy weekend for us.
Brady says Friday was the first day of spring officially, so we will see what happens.
Yep.
Brady says, yep, you're good.
But yeah, I mean, we lost about 2 feet of melt already just with the warm weather, which is good, but it's definitely going to probably make some areas flood that normally with that amount of snow that we got. I know the Fox River is probably flooding right now, which is...
Brady says if you have a new contract with the company, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
It could be a bad thing, because there might be things in that contract that I don't like, that they, making us pay for. I mean, one thing is, normally the company always paid for the DOT physicals, and now they want us to pay for them. So, we just had a DOT physical a few months ago, and they charge us for it. And this was before the contract, so I got to talk to them and say, hey, before this contract came out and wanted to sign us, actually you guys are obligated to pay that, not us. So if I've got to pay for my own DOT physicals now, I don't have to do what they say. I can go anywhere. I can go to Neenah, Appleton. If I wanted to have the DOT physical down in Milwaukee, I'll go down in Milwaukee. If we were on the road in, let's say, Iowa 80, they do physicals there, we could have the physical done there in Iowa 80. As long as we're the ones paying for it, they can't say or dictate where we have our physicals done.
Brady says, wow.
So yeah, a lot of things the company is trying to weasel their way out of paying for.
Says, are the dock physicals expensive?
They can be, depending upon where you go. I don't know. I haven't paid for one in a very long time, so I honestly don't know.
Brady says, I never even knew you that you had to do a dock physicals. We got to have a DOT physical for the federal government so that you're in compliance with the federal government DOT. So yeah, it's something that we have to have done every 2 years. Now, some countries, they have it where depending upon age, you might go 5 years, which, I wish they kind of incorporated that here in the U.S. If you're young and you are in good health, you should be able to get a 5-year, but it kind of sucks when you get up there in age that all of a sudden you go from 5 to 2 years, every 2 years, which we've been doing every 2 years ever since we've started driving. It's just ironic. But
just the way it goes. I mean, it's getting to be, in my opinion. So here's one other thing that I definitely got to rant about. I've been with the company signed on for about going on my 11th year. And believe it or not, they gave me an award on Friday for a 1 year of compliance. And I was like, 1 year? I mean, I've been here, and I even told the president, I was like, I've been here going on 11 years, and I'm just now getting 1 year recognition for, and it was like I don't know, some sort of like a president's thing or whatever else. And I was like, you guys really need to go through the records. I've been here going on 11 years coming up this year in the next few months, and I'm just getting a 1 year recognition. And I haven't had no accidents that I'm aware of. And I've been in compliance the majority of the time that I've been here, and I've just gotten for a 1 year. And I was about ready to say thanks, but no thanks to the award. So yeah, it's, the company has gone to shit. It literally has gone to shit.
Brady says 1 year really.
Yeah. 1 year for over like 10 plus
Brady
years.
says WTF are they doing?
I don't know. And believe it or not, that night on Friday, which we didn't go to it, they had the drivers, how can I say this? They had the drivers appreciation award ceremony and all that, and I didn't go. I didn't go to it. I was like, well, you guys forgot about me years ago, and it's just that I'm not going.
Brady says
So yeah, needless to say, I mean, I was actually talking with another driver before he left out, and he was like, yeah, the company has really just kind of been going downhill, and I was like, yeah, I agree.
Brady says, did Carmen go with you to the driver's meeting?
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. So yeah, she was there with me that whole time, and even through the owner-operators meeting, I mean, we were in that, and there was a lot of drivers asking a lot of questions.
Says big deal.
And it's a lot of drivers were, believe it or not, a lot of owner-operators were complaining about a lot of things. So I mean, I don't know. Really hard to say. There was some good feedback and there was some bad feedback. Not to mention the company's going to be putting up more gating around by the entranceway and all that, which is really going to construe that all up. But for the most part, I don't know. It's going to get much worse.
Brady says it seems like a lot of people are not happy with the company.
No, they aren't. Especially the owners. I mean, we make 76% of the load. The company gets the rest. Now, if they're making us pay more for
This
that,
is then.
they should be giving us 90%, and they should only be getting 10%, quite frankly. I mean, granted, we don't own the trailer. There are some drivers that do own trailers, and there's some of us that don't own trailers. But if you're making us pay for dang near everything as it is now, we should be getting 90% of the load. hoping to make it within the 8-hour clock, pancakes. Hopefully we ain't gonna have any issues today. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping we don't get any backups in Milwaukee or around Chicago area. I am hoping that we can definitely make it there under the 8-hour clock and be in good shape then. Weekend, and some of you might have seen it. I know Lynn was there, but we did do a test stream for Carmen on Twitch. So yeah, we did do that over the weekend.
Brady says, "Oh, cool." at the Rock Cup Adventures 5185. Did you get her on YouTube too? Brady says, how are you doing this morning, Lynn? And how was your weekend, dude?
We don't have her on YouTube. I mean, she's got an account on YouTube, but we're probably not going to be using YouTube. We can just start getting warmer weather. Start getting some greenage around here. You know what's kind of funny? I think it was like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
A new follower. Hell yeah.
WZBot says new followers.
Malta22067 just followed. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Malta22067.
Do you keep up this fantastic work? Brady says we need the warm weather back.
Yeah, we do. We definitely need that warm weather back. What's going on here? Snowmobiles? That's the one from north, snowmobile. Flat tire? Yep, flat tire. Poor guy's got to get underneath the box there and get the tire out.
Brady top 10 rank, number 12 level, 384, 433, 11,946 XP, 5s.
Congratulations, Brady. You finally got off of 14th into number 12.
Brady says yay.
Moved up 2 whole spots.
Who did I pass? Saw says good morning.
Good morning, Saul. How are you doing today? be where the top people are, Brady.
WZBot says that Darren Fern 69, Darren Fern 69, top 10 ranked, number 23 level, 229, 6,066, 7,099 XP. 5s. Botrix Official says you can find the list of users that supported the most. URL. Gbot says top 10 by messages. Lin T15, 18,424. Prostitute, 17,705. Brady, 11,098. Farmer Kylie, 25, 10,830. Sports Scores Bot, 9,751. Restream Bot, 9,548. Henrik, 9,252. IRL Trucking, 7,885. Waterlove, 6,737. Tricks FM, 6,525.
Work for today, deliver tomorrow, then drive home. Copy that, so. How has the markets been for you, so? I've been hearing they're still not good in a lot of areas. sleeping with his Volvo teddy bear. He doesn't want to admit it, but he's probably got a Volvo teddy bear at home.
Brady says Henrik will be mad if I get his spot roll.
Yeah.
Trevor saw us. How have you been?
Busy, very busy. So we had a company on Friday. They got a new contract that's probably about a quarter of a ream long for a new contract. We got back and we had to snowplow, which we did that on our last video. Kind of, you know, we had people that still had snow yet in their driveway, so we kind of did that. We lost probably about 2 feet of snow already in melt with the warm temperatures. Snowplow, after we plowed, came through again and did the road. So we actually had to clean that up too right away before anything else. It was bad. It was really bad. When we delivered last week, the roads were all bumpy because of the snow. But we hooked up the trailer. We got back to the yard and got that all taken care of. Went home, got the truck hooked up to the plow and started plowing out the driveways. And the weekend was very busy for me. Very busy. Hoping the snow is going to be gone, start warming up, start spring actually turning into spring.
Trevor saw says makes me glad home is in Arizona.
Yeah, for you, Arizona, yeah, you ain't got to worry about snow all the time. It's been a lifelong thing for me with snow up here in the Midwest. I mean, we haven't had a bad snowfall like that in years. Probably almost 7 or 8 years was the last snowfall where it was drifting bad, snowing consistently, and everything else. But, you know, as I'm going along the countryside here and seeing farmers' fields, you know, got water, standing water in there yet and everything else, yeah, it was a bad year. Even though winters for us, even though we're into 2026, we still consider this like 25. But even though we are in 26, I actually might see some water areas that got more water in it than normally. It seems like it's a little stream instead of a little river. But I already know that the Fox River, with all that's melting around in the area, that's going to be going into the Fox River and definitely flood a lot of areas. Once that water rises up in the river, until it recedes down, it's going to be bad.
Says yes, it's been a very wet winter.
Yeah.
Brady says this year been a bad winter this year.
Yeah, it has.
Saw says I luckily just missed all the storms recently.
Yeah.
I get to go home and help buy out of it.
Right. Yeah, if you would have been up in the Midwest, you would have been going through all that. But you got lucky. You got very lucky. Now, we left out Sunday morning very early to avoid that storm, and believe it or not, they actually shut down 11 county of highways because it was that bad. But when we came through western Wisconsin and to go out to Minnesota, I mean, the storm just was probably done maybe for about like an hour or two.
Saw says I just drove across 80 all week.
And basically we didn't have nothing to really worry about. But I mean, for the most part, the area that we live in, I mean, it got hammered. Literally hammered. I plowed early in the morning before I left to go out on the road. And I really felt bad for the people because I donate all my time.
Since cigarettes and Smokey yet today?
Smokey? No, we have not seen Gana yet today. Gana will probably come in later in this afternoon. But yeah, I've never, you know, for us, we kind of got lucky because we didn't get the storm in Michigan. It was like 50, 70 degrees when we got morning it was like, I don't know, 55. So the snow missed Michigan big time last week. But I wasn't gonna take our Equinox up to the yard, but I did take my pickup up to the yard, and that truck is like 4 tons by itself. With it empty, it's like 84,000 pounds by itself. So yeah, my pickup does really well going up in snow, but the Equinox that we have, that thing is horrible. Horrible in snow.
He says, hey, Attachment Jackson 240.
Literally horrible. Pretty much all the snow that was up in Green Bay in the yard, it's pretty much almost like gone where the truck's parked. I didn't have any around the truck when I was up there today anyways. It was wet, but it was pretty much the snow is gone. But I mean, they literally had to stack the snow all over the place. Couldn't park anything in the repair line because that was all stacked up. But they got people that come in every so often and keep pushing the snow on a different pile or a smaller pile and get our yard back. And I mean, I was kind of surprised they came out with somebody that had a really wide blade. I mean, that was interesting. I think that's the first year I've seen anybody come out with the widest blade they had for a payload. It's gotta be a company. Gotta be.
Twisted Cigarette says, I got the same plow truck and Strokes just mine's a gazer and not Google.
Right. Yeah, that truck definitely worked over when we pushed the snow. I mean, one driveway we actually had to put it in low lock just to push the snow around.
He says, great idea to put a house near a highway.
Yeah. started using no mic today. I actually forgot it. It's probably in a pickup truck. Because after we got done streaming the plowing and all that, we shut down. It's probably in the pickup truck yet. So we ain't going to have a mic all week. And we didn't bring the pickup truck up to the yard because they got to actually load 2 tires for our dually in the back of the vehicle that we brought up there. Thought I had it with my...
He says okay.
I thought I had it with me, but I didn't. I'm like, ah, shit. Yeah, we forgot a lot of things at home this week. Our headset for our personal phone that's at home,
He says just was wondering.
that was sitting up on the microwave. And then the mic system that we normally have, we forgot that. Try to make the stuffed pickle bacon.
Yankee X says oh.
What up, Yankee? But yeah, we even wanted to make the stuffed bacon wrap pickles this weekend, and we didn't even get a chance to do that.
Official says go follow at Yankee X's channel to URL.
We didn't even get to do that this weekend, but we did make the stuffed cheese meatballs. We didn't make them though. Turned out really good. Turned out really, really good. We did put a picture of them in the Discord.
Yankee X says hey hey.
How was your weekend, Yankee? How you been? You all done with the snow over there, or you still got more snow yet?
No snow so far. Sekai Uragasu says hello.
Hello, hello.
Grady says it's frozen on our screen.
Yeah. That's nothing new. Everything all changed on that. Since we changed our name, that stuck everything, but I gotta re-go through that. That's on my part of the to-do list today. Get that all reset up. Perfect in every way. Nobody made it.
Yankee X says lol, my clips break other streams too, it seems.
Yeah.
15 says LOL Yankee.
You're good, Yankee. Ever since we did the name
Grady says
change,
lol.
ever since we did the name change, it's all been stuck. A lot of it's been getting worked out, and I've been trying to get at it when I can. Hopefully today we'll be able to get at it and get that replaced. So yeah, that's common lately.
Grady says it's all good.
to take a while for people to get used to the new name. It will.
Brady says lol lib.
Lip 15 says I'm not flexing.
And there's probably were some people that did unfollow us. They were like wondering who the hell is Heartland Trucking USA.
Brady says we believe you lol.
Right. You know, the hardest part when we changed the name, like in the middle of the week, that really put a bind on everything. I had to sit there and everything that we name, and oh my, we got tons of this. When we were in the coin pusher world, we had to get a hold of them and get our coins, our actual coins that we had linked to this, and oh my God, it's been a headache. It literally has been a headache. But we got a good majority of it. That's, you know, but there's some things we got to fine tune yet. But if you're gonna do a name change, it's gonna be rough, everybody. It's gonna be rough.
Brady says I bet.
Especially if you got a lot linked to it. And we've got a lot linked to the name. So when we changed Carmen's, oh man, that was probably the easiest. Very easiest.
Brady says boys, it's cold this morning. It's 31 degrees outside and it's cold lol.
Yeah, we got 37 currently right now, ambient. Oh, Mr. Cop got somebody. Serves you right, you wanker.
Brady says I will never do a name change. Brady says that's why I don't want to change my name.
Yeah. Yeah, now you're flexing then. If you've got warmer temps than what I got, that's definitely flexing. Now when Saw goes back to probably Arizona, he'll be super flexing. I think they've already got record high temps.
IRL ZC15 says, hi Gary, the name of the channel changed.
What's up, Trill?
Mint 15 says hi, TRLL.
Brady says it's okay to flex, Lynn.
Yeah. You got warmer temps than me.
TRLLH EZC15 says at Lid 15 highway.
If it's definitely warmer than where I'm at, yeah, you're all flexing. I'm kind of jealous because we're stuck at like 37. I'll be surprised to see what Michigan's high will be today. Lynn didn't have hers. We lost ours. So I had to redo all the voices all over again, and it sucks. I mean, I should have took screenshots of all the voices and kept them, but yeah, eventually, like
Rita
pancakes.
says lol. WZBot says it's Sun 0 Day, Sun 0 Day, top 10 rank, number 29 level, 181, 1,307, 5,611, 6 feet, 5s.
Good morning, son, honey. Welcome back. But yeah, every single voice I had to redo over again. The developer tried to get everything linked over, and I guess something just would not allow it to, so I
Brady
mean,
says BRB.
we have to start all over from scratch. People's names that we've had changed.
TRLHEZC15 says the next name of the channel could be Trucking USA, like Surfing USA from the Beach Boys.
Right. Well, it's going to be a long while because we went through a lot of headaches, Trill. A lot of headaches just to get the name changed and get everything linked back into it. So it'll be a very, 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 very long time before we do that again. Very long time before we do that again. I'm having a relapse of how much that we've had to go through just to get everything linked back to
snow would.
Well, looks like Milwaukee's a slight little ghost town, so that's going to be good for us. Well, somebody's playing soccer today.
Brady says, what in the world will you ever do without wood?
Lint 15 says,
Alright,
I knocked on the wood desk for you.
that sounds good, Lynn. You know, because after really thinking about that video, you know, that safety showed, I mean, that would have definitely changed the driver's life in a matter of a short period of time. If something, I mean, she would have literally, or they, I don't know if it was a he or she as a driver, but
Friend 69 says lane 2 and 3 are for overtaking, then back to lane 1 is the way the UK wants it on the motorway.
yeah. But I mean, literally, they would have broadsided that truck because that truck was in the right lane. Would have literally T-boned the hell out of that truck. And especially with the people that would have been in that pickup truck, I mean, that could have been a huge, huge mess. Definitely would have scarred the driver for life. I mean, one other company that I was with beforehand, they did go through somebody where they did a suicide. And that driver was, I don't even know if that driver is even driving nowadays anymore. I really don't know, but they had to get rid of the truck, that's for sure. They did get rid of the truck. But I don't ever know if the driver ever ended up getting behind the wheel again. I don't know. But somebody jumped off an overpass, and unfortunately, that driver hit that person. deer head on. I have. I didn't think twice about it. But when that happened, I had a full grill guard on the front of the truck. Here on this truck, we don't have a full grill guard.
Brady
Yeah.
asks, did I ever tell you that my cousin swerved because there was a bird in the road and she didn't want to hit the bird and she ended up totaling her car?
Yeah, I think I remember that, Brady. I remember that. I definitely remember that, Brady. I mean, we've hit
Says that's what she told us, that I think she was on her phone.
Right.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Bodrix, thank you for the subscribe at Crazy SEAF.
I mean, we have hit a turkey, literally hit a
Son
turkey.
Zero Nay says, in high school I had a friend that rolled his mom's T-bird because of a paper, but turned out to be a paper bag.
Oh,
Brady says,
jeez.
but overall she totaled her.
But we've literally, a few years ago, I don't know, this is probably going on maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, we actually literally hit a turkey with the Godfather truck. It hit the upper fairing, which I thought it broke something when it hit. I mean, it hit hard. Because we had a window up there. I thought it broke that window or cracked the window, but or even damaged the fairing itself, but the fairing was fine. But yeah, we've actually already hit a turkey, literally. We were in around Milwaukee when that happened. We were coming up, getting off, I think it was like 43 to get back up onto 41. And that's when we hit it coming around before we hit 41 north. That was not a sounding thing, and all I could see was feathers out the back of the mirrors. And that was on cam, but we don't have that video. And then we had the near miss where the one clip that we had where we almost had a turkey hit through the windshield. We've almost had that one. That one, like, literally scared the shit out of me. It's like, oh, great, I'm going to have a turkey in the windshield. I'm going to be tasting glass. But luckily, we were able to slow down enough to avoid that. Truck that's not protected with a grill guard. Hoods are expensive, really expensive. I think the Godfather itself went with, I think it was already on hood number 4, 3. And they're, like I said, they're not cheap. You're looking at almost $6,000 just for a hood. That doesn't include no lights, no nothing, just the hood.
Says, you know, I've never actually seen semi-trucks, very many of them, with a bull guard on them.
You'll see a lot of them up here with a bull guard on them. I mean, eventually, once we get this thing paid off, we're going to be putting a bigger grill guard on here. I guarantee you that one. The little one that they got on here is maybe fine for
Says,
something.
I guess it's not very common, but they're just expensive.
Well, they're about, depending upon what you want. their insurance paid for everything. Literally everything. The only thing that I did was brought it down to the place for a color match on the rest of the truck. And then I ended up taking the truck back, and then they had the color all kind of matched in, and they painted the hood and everything else and had it all ready. And all they had to do was just take the hood off, take the parts that were bad off, replace, and then put the other one there. And then it was about a day or so, day and a half before they had it completely done and everything lined back up. We were out east. Believe it or not, we were out in Massachusetts, out by Yankees area, coming back. And we picked up a load of chicken from out there, from out in that area in Pennsylvania. And on the way back, we've had a driver's side window shatter. And I had my dogs with me at that time. Just out of the nowhere, window shattered. My two dogs that ran in the back, and they stayed there the whole time, and I had glass all over me. And then I had to sit there and go find a Lowe's to go find some plexiglass, and I had to make the window exactly like the way it was in the truck and put that in there and drive all the way back to get that fixed. Luckily, the shop allowed me to fix it right there on site, which I would have been able to do it.
Wow.
I was able to do it faster than what they would have, because they didn't know Volvo as much as what I did. So, I mean, I had the panel off, took the rest of the glass out, had to vacuum. I mean, every so often, every so often, I will find a shard of glass somewhere in that truck yet. But vacuumed everything out that I could, put the new window in, installed it, adjusted it properly. But yeah, I've had a lot of shit happen to me over the years. Part of that, when that happened, was cutting out the plexiglass. It took me, I don't know, 3-4 hours to cut out the plexiglass so that it would kind of fit into the shape of the window. I actually probably still have it.
That scared me. I thought there was an airplane.
I actually still, believe it or not, I still actually got that plexiglass yet. I still have it yet.
Crazy Lakes 96 says lol.
like the outright scariest, that all of a sudden my window just shattered, just like that. So I don't think I've ever had anything other than that. Could there probably be something in the future like that could happen? Yeah. I mean, could I have my window, my full entire windshield shattered? Yeah, it could. But I mean, that was like the outright worst thing that's ever happened to me, Greg. Especially with my dogs being on board, because they could have got that shard of glass in their paws. And I literally, when I was able to park it and kind of get the glass off me, I mean, I had glass in my shoes, everything. It wasn't pretty. It really wasn't pretty. Years after that had happened, I mean, I still run across some shards of glass yet, and I'm like, it's so hard to get glass completely out because it goes in every nick and cranny that you can think of that would not go into, but it does. It really does. I mean, I know I changed out the carpet.
He says, yeah.
I changed out the carpet.
Brady says exactly.
Everything. I literally changed out everything.
Says I've been in an accident where I was T-boned and that window shattered.
Yeah.
I was stuck into the car because my shoes were knocked off my feet and the glass was everywhere.
Yep.
speed a little faster than they thought they would.
Yep. Well, surprisingly, when we left out on Sunday, down here, south of Milwaukee, didn't get anything, barely anything around this area. Now, on the western side of the state, they did get stuff, but Milwaukee ended up losing out on a lot of that snow, which is surprising, very surprising.
Brady top 10 ranked number 11 level 386 6,370 11,966 XP 5s.
Number 11th.
Warner Lab says Mr. Gary.
How was your weekend, Brady? Or Warner?
WZBot says if Warner Labs top 10 ranked number 5 level 476 5,511 14,756 XP 5s. Unbelievable how I got to 11.
Yep.
Warner Lab says I worked. I did 15 hours on Saturday.
15 hours on Saturday, Mr. Moneybags.
That Mr. Henry. Warner Lab says I wish.
Well, how much did you make working over the weekend, Warner? Search.
Brady says, when do they get their own TTS voice? Is it top 10 or 5?
Five,
says,
top
all
5.
OT, I set 3 new system leads, so we'll get maybe like $1,300 in commission.
So if you get into the top 5, that's when you get your own voice. And even if you drop after that, out of that top 5, that voice will stay with you as long as we don't have anything that interrupts
This place is magnificent.
a new name, for instance. But otherwise, what I'm going to do is keep track of all the names and actually literally screenshot them. So if we ever have this problem again with the TTS, that I have it on file. But top 5. Anybody that gets in the top 5, they'll keep their voice no matter what.
Brady says, okay. Warner Lab says my voice is gone anyway.
Yeah, because of the name change, Warner, we gotta redo yours. Since we changed over to the new name, the developer tried to get the name, everything from the account to move over, but it
Brady says
wouldn't.
that would be a lot of work.
Oh yeah, it is a lot of work.
Lent 15 says, hey Warner.
But yeah, we gotta give Warner his chipmunk voice.
Warner Lab says, well, Brady top 5 now.
Well, you moved up ahead of quite a bit, Brady. From
need to chat more and learn more.
Yep. That's all you got to do. Chat more, lurk more. Like we said, we let the bag out of the secrets out of the bag. How Fry did it.
Warner Loves has slacking.
Yeah, Warner's slacking. Came in late. We've only been streaming for how many hours, and Warner came in late. Slacker.
Brady says I will be flexing Henry.
Yeah, we usually have Henrik come in the morning. Henrik's not been in here at all.
Warner Love says, well, sorry, I was sleeping after working all day and night.
Working all day and all night. Well, we'll let you off the hook a little bit, Warner.
Brady says, sleep, what's that?
Yeah. Sleep? What is that?
Brady says you were probably working with no pants on.
Yeah, that's right. He was probably working with shorts on. No pants.
Warner Love says 100 degrees. I have shorts on.
See? We do it. We do it. I'd still have
Warner Love
pants
says
on.
not all of us sit in the air-conditioned cab wall.
I still got to get out, Warner.
Brady says, yep. Brady says we did.
I don't have automated open doors.
Brady says lol.
Oh, that would be nice if all of a sudden they had self-opening doors. That'd be nice. But that's not a reality.
Warner Love says ask the company for them doors.
Yeah, that they're gonna tell me, yeah, what are you, crazy? So what good food did you make over the weekend, Warner?
Brady says, yeah, I don't think the company would be happy if they had I take over.
Yeah.
Brady says they would go bankrupt.
But actually, to tell you the truth, you know, that was brought up over the drivers' meeting. It's like, you know, we can't even get dispatch to ever call us back, but they want us to call them
Warner
when
Love says
something
nothing
arrives.
lol.
And it's like, well, when are we switching over to AI dispatch? I think it'd be more beneficial for the company. And they brought up, well, that would eliminate dispatchers. I was like, exactly. They don't call us anyways. Might as
Brady
well-
asks AI dispatcher, are you crazy?
No, why
Warner
not?
Love says didn't cook this weekend with me working.
So what did the girly friend make for Din Din then? But yeah, might as well have AI dispatch because I don't get any phone calls from my own human dispatcher when I should, especially with a load change.
Says that would make things worse.
It would probably make things worse, but it'd eliminate her job. That's all I care about.
says maybe you would get more loads of AI would take over.
Yeah.
Restreambot says
Yeah.
YouTube at Their Poop Adventures 5185, but Sky isn't looking good.
So far, no, it hasn't. Well, we made it through Milwaukee fine. Let's hopefully we'll make it through Chicago fine.
Brady says, do you have to take the 30-minute dot break?
Hopefully not today, Brady. Hopefully we'll just drive straight through. If everything goes good through Chicago and getting into Michigan and smooth sailing all the way there, hopefully not. Hopefully not. We're hoping to make it there within under the 8-hour drive clock.
He says, okay. YouTube at Bodrix. Thank you for the subscribe at Stephen Robinson.
Welcome in, Stevie Robinson. did that. I was like, no, I gave you a kiss. I told you I love you. And all of a sudden you didn't. Now you're telling me you didn't hear it? Yeah, okay. Women's selective hearing working in progress. Be up by 7 anyways, and I guess our youngest wanted to go with grandma to the church today, so she had to be up by 7 o'clock. But I was already out the door probably by a little before 6.
Says don't go knocking when the Kenworth rocking.
Yeah, well, she's not with us today, otherwise, yeah. She's at work currently. Eager to actually get outside and do things outside. You know, after all this major winter that we had this year, pretty much been cooped up. So now it's time for the spring to hit and actually go up north, start pulling things out of storage, get it set up for us this year. And still got a tree to cut down yet.
It's okay misbehaving till the cops pull up. You have steamy windows. What's going on? Just talking. What do you think going on? says YouTube, Austin, Ohio 9450.
How you doing, Austin?
happened this time last Sunday when he was driving through a snowstorm.
Yep, indeed. Oh, muffler hanging on the back of that car. Oops, hit the bump. I'm waiting for that thing to fly off and just frickin' hit somebody. Truck with the SpaceX crates on it. I was surprised it wasn't going the opposite way.
WZBot says at Brady top 10 rank, number 11 level, 387, 9,042, 11,997 XP, 5s.
But I don't know what Elon has for other plants running around, but kind of ironic we've seen that. It's not like going down to Texas. That should have been going like the other way.
Earthman 69 says nice work Brad on stuff on LVL 23.
Things go good from here all the way to Detroit. We should make the 8-hour clock, no problem. And turn 700,000 miles easily. delivering for tomorrow in Michigan. So we're traveling today to get our setup for tomorrow.
Instant Bud says, I heard snow on the roof can get dangerous if it's too heavy.
Yep, it can. It can. I think it was on Thursday I was knocking some of it off because it was already melting already, and I didn't feel like walking out the garage door and getting dripped on, so I did take some off of the roof right away. But yeah, it's melting as we speak. Had a busy weekend. when over the weekend my son came home and said, "Yeah, we made meatballs." And I was sitting there thinking, it's like, what kind of meatballs? Because I guess this was in school they made them.
Bot says YouTube at elmflowers-08K. Where are you going to place?
We're going to Detroit today. And I asked him what kind of meatballs, and all of a sudden he was just like, regular meatballs. Oh, all right. So I got it like, okay, well, if we go to the grocery store, you know, and went by the cheese section, of course. Figure, well, we'll get some string cheese, and then we'll do some cheese-filled meatballs. So yeah, they turned out good. Just that some of the cheese leaked out, which kind of surprised me with having the meat wrapped around it, but they turned out pretty good.
Streambot says YouTube at elmflowers-08K. Okay, sir. See what I posted?
No, I'll look at it in a little while once we get parked up. I know you had something with ribs in there. I didn't see that. That looks good. Over the weekend was pretty busy for us, so I didn't get on Discord a
John
lot.
says I smoked some ribs yesterday.
How many hours did it take you, Tom? Total hours.
Top Patone says in a 3 pounds ham. Top Patone says the ribs 2 hours.
2 hours? That ain't bad. That ain't bad for 2 hours.
Top Patone says only 30 minutes for the ham and pre-cooked.
Alright, 30 minutes for the pre-cooked ham. Bet you everything was amazing though.
Streambot says YouTube at elmflowers-08K. So what did you have breakfast today? What did you have lunch? What did you have supper, sir? Dinner, lunch, sir?
Well, we don't eat breakfast. We don't ever eat breakfast. But we had the stuffed pizza, or the cheese stuffed meatballs. We had made that yesterday. Carmen made lasagna. And then I also made, I had some Brussels sprouts that we bought last weekend, and I did that up with bacon. I have some of that on board yet, believe it or not.
Top Patone says, yeah, it was a honey ham from the deli for getting sliced up and making sandwiches.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff that was made yesterday for on the road today. I think I got the lasagna with me. I don't know.
Streambot says YouTube at elmflowers-08K. Okay, sir. Top Patone says I just smoked it to warm it up and add some flavor.
Right. But yeah, Carmen made lasagna last night, and I made the Brussels sprouts with bacon mixed. We had that for the first time down in Arkansas, and I liked it. I absolutely liked it with the Brussels sprouts. What I do is I cut the Brussels sprouts up, cut them in half, and then I'll throw the bacon in the pan and cook that up, and then I'll eventually add the Brussels sprouts just to soften them up a little bit, and then I'll eat it that way. Carmen don't like it. I'm the only one that eats it. This way the bacon grease and all that kind of works its way into the Brussels sprouts. These were big Brussels sprouts. I couldn't believe how big they were. But we were also going to make the bacon wrap pickles. We didn't do that this weekend because there was so much of it was made already, and I didn't feel like having a whole mess load of it. So probably next weekend we'll do the bacon wrapped pickles. over like 25 meatballs that had cheese in the middle of it.
auto's fine, no brakes in it.
Right.
yesterday as they played outside.
All right.
Top Baton says no.
All right. Yeah, the day that I got home, which was that Wednesday, I guess that night I was cussing and also snoring.
Top Baton says beat you.
Yeah.
Suamasili says evening.
Hello, Sumasili. How was your weekend?
Top Baton says must have had someone tick you off.
Yeah, very much. She just told me to shut up and go to bed. Or go back to sleep. That's what she told me. run pretty much 2 internets at once, and it's very difficult to stream out when the area's got like maybe a stronger signal and you don't have that stronger signal. And our switcher is constantly switching to the next broader strength signal for our stream.
Warner Love says internet, what's that?
Yeah, internet, what's that? Speaking of that, I still forgot to make my tinfoil hat for that. Canned meat soup. Copy that. to work going today, Ken? charity and for a very good cause. Ms. Cheddar will let us know if a donation does come in. So we thank you for those that may donate to the charity. And a huge appreciation for it. We're going to leave that up in increasements about every 15 minutes. Probably like every half hour or so. Get some support out there and definitely support these other channels too that are doing the same thing with the charity. Be able to take your phone and scan the QR code. It should take you directly to the link. Might ask you a question to open up in browser, and you would hit yes.
MC does a ride for autism. Plus, we sponsor a local kid with autism. Good cause and reputable charity.
Right. Yeah, we did this last year with Miss Charity and Team Chaos, all the members of Team Chaos. We had a little bit separated up, but there was a little bit of confusion last year because we did one directly through Next for Autism, and we also had Miss Cheddar's, but we just decided that we were going to do through Miss Cheddar's link, and just it'd be a lot easier.
Sometimes it's easier to stick with one that you know and throw all support to that one. No confusion or drama. Lol.
Right. That's why this year we just decided to do Miss Cheddar's link instead of ours by ourselves. Granted, Twitch would have put a logo up on our About section, but I figured it was just a lot easier then. There was no confusion. We just set everything up with Miss Cheddar's, and it was easy to get the QR code made and all that other stuff and link it directly to her direct link. So that's what we ended up doing. So the QR code you'll see up in the top left, that's the same QR code that pretty much.
someone that does and stick with it.
Right. church was good for you today, Mikey. What was the sermon about today?
Service is great service is about the prayer of the church.
Oh, all right. Prayer of the church.
YouTube at the Skater Boy. Hello, stay safe.
Thank you, Skater Boy. I hope you're having a great day.
YouTube at the Skater Boy. I am in Michigan here. It's not raining here. Restreambot says YouTube at the Skater Boy. I don't think he's in New York.
Pretty much when we started our channel, we were doing one platform. Pretty much I was kind of like doing multi-platform after a while. I haven't seen anybody else keep up with us.
boy. Oh, nice, yeah.
And I think right now, we're running just 1, 2, 3. I think 4 channels right now, or 4 platforms. I think right now.
Bot says YouTube at the skater boy. He's thinking about moving to Twitch and others.
Pretty on most platforms. Every one of them.
Twisted Cigarette says, do you ever do runs through Canada?
No, we don't. Don't ever run into Canada. orders them. yo.
Mamba Gator Simulation says yo yo yo.
How you doing today, Mamba? How was your weekend?
Mamba Gator Simulation says just got done fixing my bike again.
Again? What was wrong with it this time?
Gator Simulation says defective tube.
Your home for future music.
Mamba Gator Simulation says the valve just fell off of it.
Well, that's weird.
Link 15 says hi, Mamba.
Mamba Gator Simulation says how you doing at Link 15. Restream bot yells, Cake bot tricks at Restream just reached level 43.
Link 15 says I'm good, thanks, and you.
Mamba Gator Simulation says did all your snow melt, Gary?
We went down 2 feet,
Mamba Gator
Mamba.
Simulation says I am good.
From when, so like when we got home Wednesday and we plowed, the one fire sign that we had, the snow was just underneath the sign and we went down 2 feet. So it melted a lot, but we still got snow around by us. Still got a lot of snow to go yet. But that's how much melted off, was about 2 feet. Everything that was on the semi stacked up on the truck that was in the pictures in the Discord, that's all melted off. So I can actually see the fifth wheel on the back of the Godfather and the wheel wells that were on the back of the Godfather. We can see all them now. Got a little bit of snow down underneath it yet, but a good majority of it is pretty well melted off. But just like for the where it was plowed up in a bigger like hill, that's not melted off yet. I figured a good couple of weeks and it'll be all melted off. But the one funny thing is, a few weeks ago, I pruned the pear
Gator
trees,
Simulation says it in the 80s here today.
or not the pear trees, the apple trees. We got 2 apple trees in the back. I pruned them both 2 weeks ago. And what I did is I took one branch that I pruned off and I took it in the house and threw it in water. Believe it or not, it's actually leafing out. It's got no roots yet, but it's leafing out, which is kind of ironic. So we actually got part of an apple tree growing in the house. our other trees outside. But with it starting to warm up, hopefully I think everything will start leafing out pretty soon. But if you got 80s there today, oh man, I wish we had 80s here. But when we left, it was like 37. And right now we're at 51 in Michigan. Ambient. in March Madness. more done than what I got done. I mean, it was warm, but it wasn't no 93 degrees.
What's next? You're home for future music.
Lint 15 says, haha, he was 97 yesterday. Today, 50.
All you guys flexing. Unfair. Y'all are rude.
Don't get spun around by the mainstream. Tune in to Tricks FM, where we level the airwaves.
Fix FM says I got the trail mower running and the gas golf cart running and got lots of stuff cleaned up and grass cut. It'd take about 5 days to cut my grass.
5 days? That's a long time, Fred. You'd have had a Gravely, it would have been done in half that time. Guarantee it. Well, looks like we beat everybody here again.
Aaron69 says have a good rest. Gary, chat tomorrow off to my bed.
You bet. Have a good night, Aaron and Darren. 16 minutes left on the 8-hour clock. That's a good day. Really good day. What the hell? I really do not like how they set this up. I do not.
Lint 15 says, ooh.
Well, I'll have to figure all that out later on. But yeah, we're going to find a channel to rate out to. Thanks everybody for stopping in. Some of you I'll be talking to afterwards.
Fix FM says I had one and it took about 3 days. FM says later all in your mic. It's a big red tag.
Yeah, big red tag. Big red.
Fix FM says rip the good mic.
Yeah, Fry, totally forgot it at home after we got done plowing. So it's probably sitting on the counter or in the pickup truck.
Fix FM says I know been looking all day.
Lint 15 says, LOL Fry, you'll survive.
All aboard the Sonic
Tricks FM says nope, but live 15 lol.
is the Crystal Castle. Fry will be your conductor for today.
Tricks FM says lurking.
1
like
it
face
into
paint
a
on.
slow, steady rhythm. Is that helpful, or does it just feel weird?
Boy, this thing's running slow today. Come on. Let's head over to here since we haven't been in there for a while and see if he's playing some animated trucking. Man, everything's running slow today. Super slow. Well, what the heck is going on here?
Lit15 says LOL. Saribot says have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to stay hydrated and take care of yourself.
See you later, everybody.